Hey everybody, it is Tuesday, February 23rd. It's time for another live stream. Let's get started. Alright, sorry for the late start today. I had a good friend call, and he was the one I was trying to reach yesterday. And, dude's trying to get married during a pandemic. Don't envy him with that problem. Getting married is hard enough as it is. Getting married during a pandemic, wedding arrangements, oof. Bad stuff. So I think he just needs to give everybody this common COVID ahead of time, so then we don't have to worry about it. Problem solved. All right. So everybody's trickling in, but I'm gonna just go ahead and dive into what's going on. So I woke up this morning, opened up the UI, and just still wasn't quite happy with the screen here. I've just been, as we were doing yesterday, noodling on these posts a little bit. So while I was talking to my friend, I spent a little time. This is what's live currently, and this is, oh, you know what? I gotta get the chat up. This is what I'm playing with now. So I'm gonna do it side by side in a second. As soon as I get the chat configured here, I gotta modify this thing every time. Hang on. Copy the link. Boom. Okay. My sister got married during the pandemic last weekend. We had a Zoom call. She live streamed on YouTube for us. It was an interesting experience. I imagine. Well, congratulations to your sister. I hope she, had a a good time despite what she had to do to work around COVID, because that's tough. But good on her for doing that, and wish her all the best. So this is why, I'm happily single. Ain't nobody bothering me about a wedding right now. I'll go cry in my pillow about that later. All right, so recorded a TikTok to her. Wish her all the best. That's nice. So yeah, here's where we are in the current state of the feed, and here's what I'm proposing, which I think looks a little better. It's a little more Twittery, and modified the expanded view just slightly, whereas like before, it was kind of like a title, and now it's kind of switched around. Not amazing right now, but also kind of like good enough for an alpha. Yeah, I kind of think this is the way to go. It's easy to scan and digest. It doesn't kind of jar me when I'm looking at it visually. When I'm looking at this, there's a little bit of just like, my eyes are having a little trouble settling on what I'm supposed to be looking at. It just looks a little rookie, whereas this, I think, starts to feel a lot better, in my opinion. So I'm going to go ahead and commit to this. Commit is the right word. So... And we get to start the day with a new commitment.
CTZN.
All right. So, where do we leave off? We were going to introduce the post removal, the post moderation UI, and then try to get our sign up flow, our forgotten password flow, and our email confirmation flow into a good state. Good times. Kind of excited about doing the sign up flow. That's kind of fun. The other two, such a chore. Not excited at all. Yeah. Working with email is just the worst. Anyway, so let's start with the post removal UI. So, if I hop into the Rainbow, I've got to turn on my UI server again. Oh, look at that. Okay, what are we doing here? Come on. There we go. So, a couple things. One of them is, let's create a moderator role real quick. So, this can remove posts. I think we need to split that out into can remove posts and can remove comments. You could combine them together, but I kind of think that we ought to be separating posts and comments in all the permissions, because I can imagine communities where some people can post and some people can comment. Like, I don't know, maybe, let's say for instance, one of my favorite examples, the New York Times had a community and they wanted to only do the posting but let anybody comment. So likewise, when it comes to moderation, you'd want to be able to appoint moderators amongst that community that are able to moderate the posts, but they can't, or moderate the comments rather, but can't moderate the posts, etc. Get my words right. So, need to add a permission for for comment moderation. Oh boy, it's gonna take me a little time to get all those words right. So, perm community remove post, perm community remove comment. So there's the documentation, and I'm just gonna search for every time that shows up in somewhere. Okay, we got it right here. And I'm going to remove the word index because that's what a robot says. And I'll just say can remove posts from the community. Can remove comments from the community. And then we'll go over to citizen. And what do we got here? Same story. The moderator by default should have the can remove comment permission. And then we have the remove post function. We'll need to add the remove comment function. The logic to that one's going to be a little more complicated, so we'll have to come back to that in a bit. All right, documentation update. Already got that in permissions, and then we got just the role and permissioning stuff. We need to add a test for removing. And I don't think we have tests for either because we haven't really implemented any of them yet. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Cool. Need some jams. How's everybody's day doing? Everybody broken up about Daft Punk breaking up? If I'm being honest, I didn't think Random Access Memories was that good of an album. So, I mean, Get Lucky, come on. Not that great of a single. When you compare it to some of their older stuff, it's just amazing, instant classics, no debate. I don't know if I'd consider anything on Random Access Memories to be a hands-down winner. Of course, some of their other albums also get a little too much. Okay, well now, that's hurtful, CS. Why would you say that? You know, I'm saying reasonable things right now, and you got to come in with, don't care about Daft Punk at all. Just, I don't know why you would hurt people like that. It's always been for me individual songs. You know, like you listen to one of their albums straight through, they do so many extended segments of stuff. You're just like, oh, this is too much for me. Kind of a similar thing to like how I feel about Radiohead. They do have some albums. Radiohead has some albums that you can listen to straight through, but a lot of them you're like, oh, skip. right. Wow. So what do you see as just a classic rock kind of person, or all about that disco? Or is it the folk music that's your jam? Well, I'm pretty sure that Dark Side of the Moon is the only album anybody really needs. Though I've got some nieces, and when they start getting into teenage years and listening to like emo or something, I'm gonna tell them, you want to feel feelings, you need to listen to. Now I'm blanking on the band name. Hang on. What's wrong with me? Oh, how embarrassing. Led Zeppelin. You want to feel feelings, you listen to some Led Zeppelin. Get that emo stuff out of here. We're gonna work. What are we doing? So, post removal, the trick is to remove from the feed index, and we need the key. American football, what are you bringing that up for? You just trying to say more hurtful things? Okay, I think... Okay, let's see what our API is doing. So I'm going to do post.list home list user feed. Okay, we do list posts. And if it's a community, we do fetch indexed posts. Midwest emo community on Citizen. Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy emo. In small doses. I mean, come on, My Chemical Romance. You gotta admit, that's some great songs. And Black Parade, pretty good album. Pretty good album. Also, I'm Not Okay. Come on, you can't hear that and not just have to get a little amped up. It gets you going. So I think we need to just attach the feed index key to these posts. This is the deal. So let's start with that real quick. Oh, that's the live server. Of all the artists and songs you mentioned, but personally can't listen to emotional songs, and also not lyrics that distract me. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, when I'm working, I'm listening to drum and bass most of the time. That's what I'm listening to right now. Netsky, perfect for working. Yeah. There is a, yeah. You don't want your mood to be taken over. That's why drum and bass is the genre for work. It's got that. It's like the drums of war, you know? Keep you going. Chiptunes is pretty cool. I do enjoy a little some chiptunes. Okay, so we getting that feed key or not? Okay, why not? We're listing the user feed. Ah, that's why we're not including that information. So we're going to need to modify that function usage. Luckily, just use there. Oh, overload my terms. Alright, that should do the magic for us. I love having this TUI. Post is not defined. There it is. Cool. So that's that, and now we need the same thing in the home feed. Let's see if we got it already. We do. Great. Okay. So we got the feed key, so we have what we need in order to actually do the deletion. Now, we need to solve the broader ecosystem, the broader tool set around permissions as a user is interacting with the app. You're in the home feed, you're going to be seeing posts from lots of different communities, lots of different people, and you're going to be a member of some of those communities, and some of them you'll have roles, and some of those roles will have permissions. And we need to know, for a given post, what permissions do you have? There's a lot of indirection going on in there. And so the question is, what is the most efficient way to find out a given permission for a given moment? Do we want to pull down at load time all of those permissions that somebody holds? If we're doing that every page load, it's a fair amount of traffic. It might be simpler to define a function that asks about a particular permission for a particular community, and then run it. Need icons that are memorable to affect common roles. Yeah, we will. I think we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Fair point. So Peter Wang. I don't know how much y'all know about how I have funded Blue Lake Labs, the company that creates Speaker and creates this, but we raised some angel investment. We raised about $200,000. And Peter Wang is the leader of all of that, and Peter Wang is a fantastic guy, incredibly bright and insightful, and super keen on this kind of stuff. So I get his opinion quite a bit. I think he's really sharp. So he and I were talking about, what we're doing here. He keeps on talking about how as soon as possible he wants to make a Harry Potter roleplay community. I couldn't agree more with that intent, because if we have the capacity for people to be able to do things like create rules within a community to cast spells on each other that convey status effects, and then other users could cast counter spells that neutralize them, so that becomes a war over attacking the poster and everybody's fighting it out. That just seems like a great time to me. So I share that now just to kind of convey where my head's at about where we ought to be going with what communities can do, is to have a robust enough tool set to be able to implement a Harry Potter sort of game within the community. I want that. And if it can do that, it can do a lot more meaningful things at the same time. So when you're talking about icons that are memorable for common roles and things like that, yeah, we need great structure around how all these operate, because you're going to be going through a lot of communities, and if we could reduce the complexity a little bit, that'd be good. But some of the complexity is what we want. Lets you have more fun. At some point, there's going to be having to get in ways to bring in custom UIs on a per post basis. Or a per community basis, It's going to be fun. I really want to... It's like Minecraft meets social forums. So I'm thinking that what we ought to do is make a RPC call you could do to ask for a particular permission. So in this particular case, I'm a moderator of this thing. We could do a thing where, I click on this, and once you click it, it's going to go and ask, okay, does he have permission to moderate this thing? Do they have permission to moderate this thing? If yes, go ahead and add the moderation button. So doing an async call when the menu opens up. that would reduce the amount of bandwidth per page load. So kind of seems like the right way to do this. Yeah. That seems right to me. You know what else I'm wondering is if we ought to indicate in the post that, like, what roles the poster has. I don't know. We'll see about that. You know what would be cool is if in your community you could define something like post.header.author equals display name have a little like templating language for customizing the UI rendering. I think I have way too much energy right now. All right. All my nicotine and coffee are hitting me at the same time. So let's take a look. Do we have anything related to like that get permission, has permission? Doesn't look like it yet. Okay, so let's do... Permissions and roles are all public information, so we don't need to do authentication for this. We're going to get their member record. If you're not a member, you ain't got that permission. Might want to have a list user permissions as well. I'm also kind of thinking like maybe it ought to be, as awkward as this is, to maintain the kind of like action and then nouniness of the has user permission, I think is why we ought to do this as. So let's start with the list one first. Is that not the optional call signature? I'm pretty sure that'll always be an array or nothing at all. Permissions may at some point have parameters to them, which is why they're stored as objects in the schema. If we look at that right here. Nope, not you. Here. Currently, they only store the perm ID. It's a little tricky because it means we can't reduce this set. There will be duplicates in there. I guess that's okay, though. And I believe that's correct. And then we just flat that array, and there you have it. Since it is actually parameterizable, this actually needs to be a get user permission. So I'm going to take this action here, and all right, simple as that. Let's get some automated tests on those. We're going to have to think about how to deal with the admin one, which always has permissions. So we'll have to come back to that. A little tricky. One, two, three, four, five. There's actually 6 total. It's a shame. I would prefer not to have to try to enumerate all permissions. Maybe we just need a special perm ID for that. Where if you have the admin role. Oh, kitty cat, one second. Maybe like that. You got the admin role. You just got perm admin. I think that's the only way to avoid, because like eventually it's not It's just a little tricky to enumerate all permissions. Especially when they get parameterized. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's document that. This one will look pretty similar to this. Because Bob is a super admin. And then Carla is just a regular moderator, so she has 2 permissions. Actually, 3 now. Okay, so that's that, and then we just got one more thing to test, which is get user permission. Let's actually do this off of Carla, because she has reduced permissions. And she does not have the manage roles permission, so that should return false. Let's see what we got. Gotta stop my tester run. Oh, you would. No, no. Perm 2 already declared. Perms too already declared. There you go. Okay, so that one, no biggie. That is about me changing the default definition of a moderator. Second one, line 232. Huh. I didn't know, wait. That would do it. I'm actually kind of glad you have to do keywords like that because it helps you identify when asynchrony is occurring. Membership record is not defined. All right, that's line 237 of the tests. Right here. Came back with nothing. Oh, I misspelled permissions. Bunch of rookie mistakes up in here. Get some coffee while this runs. Okay, perm is not defined. That failed at line 256. Really? Ah, right there. We're in business. No, need to include that. Yeah. Trying to split up my commits around their intention.
Citizen.
Okay, with that out of the way, I think we're ready to go on implementing the UI around moderation here for posts, so then we can do comments. So, I think I need to extend my context menu to support items that are promises. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Let me think. Looks right to me. Method not found. Communities. It's plural. Cool. That should be red though. Maybe they've got styles overriding it. Context menus aren't using that action. Okay. Oh, that's all right. Oops. All right. So then we'll implement this action. Okay. Okay, the action didn't get run. What's going on here? The event doesn't seem to be bubbling. Let's see what this is. Huh. This is wrong. That's interesting. How is that possible? This should be... How is this getting rebound? Let's take a look at the stack. Seems fine. Let's see what happens if I do this. Wonder if it's possible what we're seeing. It might be on account of how lit element handles magical disbinding on events. There we go. So what failed? Can't read user ID of undefined. I'm guessing that's on account of something being wrong here. No, actually, that's all correct. So let's take a look at the API definition. That would probably do it. Huh. Interesting. I'm admin, so that should have worked. Should have worked right there. And now restart the server. Oh, did we not get logs anymore? Huh. I think I know what's going on. What does lookup auth user look like? Returns citizen info. Okay, I see what's happening to some degree. There's something wrong with our parameters. Probably that one's fine, but this one is not. And let's pop over to that usage again. Take a look over at what auth user looks like. Oh. That's our problem. Hey! So now if we look at Alice's post, it still exists, but not in folks. You got moderated. Probably need to, at some point, get in some kind of mechanism for telling people that they got moderated. But we're doing an alpha action right now, so we're going to come back to that. Alright, let's get rid of all these logs. And re-implement the same mechanism everywhere else that post-deletion might be found. Okay, that was close, but we didn't see the reload work correctly. Okay, that's on account of... Okay. Need one more test, and I believe we can moderate ourselves, so we'll just do this. Gotta test it here. That's the expanded post, so we gotta re-implement that UI code. This horrendously ugly UI code. Let's help ourselves out a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. Alright, so that's that. Now we need to pop on over here. Hey, McGill, ask away. There's this idea of just move, which is similar to the idea of forking and discuss. But what about coordination? Okay, go on. Okay, something's amiss here. I'm asking in the context of Mastodon and Signal, where people will recognize that they want or should move, but the lack of coordination between people or communities stifles this, so that people eventually stick to the original platform. Uh-huh. Aha, feed key is missing. Oh, that's tricky. That is actually kind of tricky. I gotta find the feed key for this thing. That's a pain. Ooh. Ooh, big pain, big pain, big pain. Bummer. Shoot. Miguel, I'm just waiting for you to wrap up there, and then I'll respond. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, so be right back. Yeah, so I talk a little bit about this. Forks and moves require social consensus. So it's not 100%, to some degree, it's kind of an unsolvable problem. And what we've got going on, it's going to depend on what you're trying to move between. The design that we're aiming for is that we're going to need our Excalibur. Is this our guy? That's not the one I was looking for. Nope. That's not the one I was looking for. Not that one. There it is. So this is a good enough diagram. So we got servers, communities, and users. And so if we're talking about moving between servers, that should be a very, in the target that we're aiming for, that should be something which is relatively low cost to accomplish. Something that individuals or community admins can decide for those individual items. So as an individual, I could switch from one server to another and maintain everything about my previous existence, including what communities I'm a part of and what relationships I have and all my content, etc. And I would just change, as far as you're concerned, as far as other people are concerned, you should just change your DNS ID. And currently it'll also involve a key rotation. Same with communities. So it'll change the ID of the things, and that's hopefully the only pain that's involved for moving between servers. When it comes to communities, forking a community in general is, well, you can't really fork a community in the sense that you just copy all the data, because communities are actually distributed, have their records distributed between the users and the community itself, the members in the community. Where you could copy all of the member records, but if the actual users don't publish a membership record, they're not actually a part of your community. Generally speaking, a community that wants to anybody that wants to kind of repurpose leadership inside of a community and can't get the community to do it, you're going to have to create a new community and convince people to join you over there. So that kind of seems like the sum total of where we're at on this right now. And they're not bad tools. Does that all make sense? What are your thoughts on that? Now I gotta think about how to deal with this. While you're noodling on that, problem we got right now is when you're looking at a post outside of the context of a feed, you don't know what the key that post has in the feed, and the only way to find out, as far as I know, is to scan through the feed and look up the thing, and that kind of sucks. No problem. It's not terrible, it just kind of sucks. Especially if the feed is pretty long. But I don't know if I have a better way to do it. So I'm going to get rid of the passing the feed key down. Consistency is pretty key here. So I'm going to change that to using just key. And then I'm going to go over to the server side and undo this change that I did before. And then over in the communities bit, the API of communities, yeah, at this stage, Miguel, the kind of most meaningful difference from Mastodon is that users and communities are somewhat detached from servers. So servers will have some amount of effect on, yeah, the community structure is sort of what saves us from server dominance. Because if the servers and the communities were one-to-one, then you would have the kind of problem you're talking about, but they're not. Hey, Federico. Right on. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to make a helper function for myself called scanFind. On the other hand, if you want to put a positive spin on the difficulty of migrating community, is that you have enough influence to convince user base to migrate. That says something about you and your relationship to the community. Strong agree. I mean, it ought to work a little bit like that, right? Like it ought to be the kind of thing where having a community rebellion ought to involve social consensus. I'm not sure I can use a through to for this. We are currently, Federico, working on some moderation tools. Here's the current state of the build. I refresh to get the latest UI. Come on, baby. There we go. So kind of Twitter and almost kind of a Twitter Reddit hybrid. And we got communities, and we got social following. And I've got to change the music because I'm listening to just the worst thing I've ever heard. Let's try a new Mogwai album. So yeah, now what we're doing is implementing moderation controls, and I basically just have to implement a function to look up a post inside of the community's feed index so that we can do the actual moderation. So building a scan and find function, which is like scan and filter, but only looking for one result. And I gotta work with streams. You know how fun that is. So I think I need to make a destination stream, like a blah. This would probably be a writable, I think. Readables flow into writables. And I gotta destroy. Is there a close function I can use on the writable to? I don't know if that would backpropagate. So I think I need to. Gotta love Mogwai. Spacey guitar. Your JavaScript knowledge is basically stopped before learning streams. Thanks. Yeah, streams are a pain. So... Okay. So can you connect to my server or node if you run a node right now? Yeah, we got a couple running already. On the live right here, let's see. This community is running on test2.citizen.network, and my profile is on test1.citizen.network. And we got a couple of folks with their own servers running in here. So we got that part working. All right, let's see if my scan find did what I needed to. Let's look up our schema here. That would be feed IDX, item, DB URL, I think is what we'll want. And I guess we'll need to be passing in the post URL. All right. We'll log that just to see what kind of results we're getting, because at that good money, this is not going to work the first time. And now we need to update all of these. And let's see how cash money we are. Not too cash money because I just did a dumb bug. Okay, trying again. Yeah. Okay, that crashed. I think I need to be in object mode because these streams are passing objects, not strings or array buffers. Crashed again. What do I got? The right stream closed prematurely. Okay, so it worked up until the point where That writable stream implemented close. Nope, just destroy. Or end. Let's go with end. Let's also pass in ops, because I actually want this scan and find to reverse the ordering, because it's more likely that these posts will be at the back of the feed rather than the front. Not you, you. Still no luck. What's going on? Writable stream closed prematurely. I don't want to have to bother Matthias about this, but he is the resident streams guy. Let's see if somebody's got an implementation of what I'm trying to do. Wow, that is difficult to read, and it kind of looks like oh boy, this is not a native JavaScript programmer. No, this is a C programmer. Your code is ugly. I suppose I shouldn't hate. I don't think they're aborting the stream on a match, which is what I'm trying to do and what's making this difficult. I need to find a way to cleanly abort stream. Wonder if I don't need to be using the writable. It's not in the docs, but right. Let me get some water here. Maybe I should just do it like they're doing here, which is to not bother with the writable stream. You need to handle... Let's try that. Still seems kind of unhappy about it. That might be a problem with the hyperspace bit. Let's see if... Let's take a quick look at hyperspace's code on this. Come on, Internet. Let's go. Yeah, kind of looks like I just don't have a means to end prematurely at the moment. I hate that. All right. Well, all right, I just shared that with... Now, maybe I could just call, instead of rs.destroy, rs. I think it's cork. Pause. That's not really what I want, because I want it to deconstruct itself, and that just kind of keeps the data flowing. But yeah, I think the problem is that the stream mechanism just keeps on soldiering on here. Could probably actually do. Let's try this. This might be might be interesting, but let's try just futzing with the internals here. If I do rs dot end equals rs dot index, that should trigger the readable stream to bomb out, similar to a destroy. No, that crashed it too, which is interesting, because I didn't get any errors this time, looks like. Oh, no, right there. No. There. This .pipe2.end is not a function. Alright, I think we're just gonna have to pay the pain for now. Oh man, so I started programming when I was first kind of started getting interested in around 12. And by the time I was like 14, I was kind of dying for getting a job of some kind, or just kind of, yeah, really I was looking for a programming job. I was living in Abilene, Texas, which y'all might be shocked to learn, hey, it worked, doesn't have a whole lot of programming jobs. So, apologies, I'm just kind of creating some test data here. So I remember sort of getting in touch with like the one programming shop in town that I could find, and you know, being like, hey, you know, would love to get a job, and then being like, no, you're very young, and you know, it would have been, we're talking probably like some kind of accounting software or like IT department for some some corporation. So okay, no indication right now when that a post has been moderated. If you're looking at it, but it is working correctly. So anyway, that didn't work out. So I got onto something that used to exist back in the day called Rent-A-Coder. Anybody in the chat knows what Rent-A-Coder was, say so, because boy, that was a time gone by. And so I got a job over a Christmas break. The thing about Rent-A-Coder was basically people would list small contract jobs, it's supposed to be small contract jobs, for coders to do. And then you would have a profile and you would bid on the contract. And so I had like no resume, I was a kid, and so I would just colossally underbid these jobs, like criminally so. Like $50 for jobs much larger. And eventually I made one of those low bids on a job that was building a Texas Hold'em game on a one of those old feature phones. And I believe it was in C++, had some kind of graphics library. And I built a pretty feature-complete Texas Hold'em game over the course of the Christmas break. And I guess that shipped on some phone somewhere. I have no idea what ended up happening with it. They got a steal out of that one. Yeah, it was pretty good, I have to say so. So, that was it. 14 years old. That was my first paid programming job. Can't imagine it was on BlackBerry. It was probably something, probably some crummy phone that nobody's ever heard of, or part of some like games package or something like that. I would love to find out what ended up happening to that. I'd also love to find out how much money they made. They must have been like popping corks off of that one. 'Cause you know, if my memory holds, it was actually pretty well done. I got good at programming pretty young. After that, I took up a couple of odd website programming jobs when I was in like high school. And then after I graduated college with a fucking theater degree, I went to New York and was freezing my ass off and ended up picking up another kind of lowballed programming job on somebody's website, and then eventually got myself in a moment of desperation because I was doing that and street canvassing, which tough job. And eventually got myself a job at a web dev agency called Roken in New York, and that's when I kind of considered to be the start of actually professionally programming. Alright, so we got post moderation in there, and let's get comment moderation done. This one will function a little differently. We need to know the post URL and the comment URL looks like. Yeah. This will be a little more straightforward. We just look up the thread. And then we do a bit like this. And that should do that. So now we need to pop on down to our UI code and implement this action. Word. That's awesome. Yeah, what do you think you're going to do post high school? That's right. So let's see if I got that working. Okay, it didn't work. Let's see if it even tried. Okay, so that didn't bubble because it's on the wrong item. Needs to be on the comment. Right now, I mostly work on personal projects in regard to coding. I'm looking at going to college, but I hope to get a summer internship locally first, which are hard to find near me. Well, I'm happy to share any advice if you are interested in hearing it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little older than you, so it's entirely possible that the things are different, but maybe not. I'm 34, so I was futzing around with this stuff late 90s, I guess. Is that right? Yeah, this would have been like 98, 99. No, that's not right. This would have been early aughts. Because I graduated high school in 04. Okay. Moderation done, got done. Now we need to put some automated tests for this. Happy to hear advice you can give. Great. Main question would be about how you market things you create. Most of them in the file sharing software. I'm not sure where to start with marketing. That's two separate pieces of advice, just general life career advice, and then the marketing advice. I'm happy to do either. I'll start with the one you asked for. So, one of the things that I learned late, or that I should have around my late 20s, was that communicating is just really important, even if you're a programmer. If you're a programmer at like a company, because of your position, people will sort of listen to you whether or not you're a good communicator. Obviously, communication skills are valuable there, as well as is just emotional intelligence, things like that. So I wouldn't say it's not important, but especially whenever you are somewhat entrepreneurial in what you're doing, you really need to be a good communicator, and value hearing from other people, value speaking with other people. And up until I was like 29, I was pretty socially awkward. No guarantees I'm not now either, but especially when I was younger. And I, through a lot of my 20s, once I kind of decided I was going to do programming as a career and try to create new things, so I had an entrepreneurial mindset, I kind of thought, I'll be good enough at programming that I don't have to be good at people. And it sort of occurred to me in my late 20s that like I had made a lot of projects that were interesting, may not have been winners in and of themselves, but I was definitely just having no luck in getting it out, no luck in even getting people to look at it. And so it began to occur to me that, like, you know what, I think I kind of need to get good at communicating if I'm going to get any of this out there. The work does not reveal itself, you know what I mean? Especially because we're so awash in what people do. So that happened. And then so going from there, there's a pretty tight intersection between marketing something and having something that has a market in the first place. So part of what you need to, be focusing on is kind of understanding exactly what the market is for what you're doing, and how you're trying to communicate it to people as a result of that. If you are building a product that you want people to download and use, and etc., I would recommend trying to figure out precisely what the hook of it is, and then anytime that you're communicating about it, try to be as aggressively simple as possible. People, when they land on a website, land on a page, land on a blog post, doesn't matter, they are going to maybe take in 2 pieces of information. That's kind of my ground rule. You could put lots of other information in there, but by and large, when people look at screens, they really don't process a whole lot, especially whenever they're kind of scanning through, seeing the news, things like that. So really invest in your kind of understanding what the high order bits of what you're communicating are, and that's going to be the title of it, and then like within the page, maybe like one big point that you're trying to communicate, and focus on making that the simplest thing you can communicate. That also communicates what the value of this thing is. It's incredibly hard to do. I struggle with it all the time. Everybody does. And it's going to take iteration and work. And when people tell you they don't really, like, people have ways of communicating when you're not being clear. They may ignore it. They may kind of tell you, I don't really get it, things like that. As frustrating as that is, you always got to listen to that and kind of be like, okay, I'm not quite there yet. I mean, this is really what I was kind of struggling with last weekend, was trying to communicate in a broader sense what Citizen is about. And the thing that I'm kind of leaning towards, ended up concluding at the end of the weekend, was building a virtual society. Which I'm not sure 100% if that really is the winner, but I think it's interesting. It certainly seems to work. And it's a short phrase that has a lot of connotation to it. It's supposed to kind of convey what it's like to be a part of it, what it's trying to do, what the motives and the goals of the thing are. And it's a very short phrase, and that's great, right? That's one of the positives. Real short to say, communicates at least a fairly significant piece in what it is. Again, I don't know if that's a winner yet, but it's kind of on the right track. I talked about this on a previous stream. There are other examples to look at, like Twitter, see what's happening. Facebook, get connected. Reddit, the front page of the internet. So that kind of stuff is really clear, concise communication is going to be the art to the first kind of piece of art to kind of wrap your head around with marketing. The next thing is you're going to want to build relationships with communities. And when you're building relationships in general, you have to be really careful about not behaving transactionally unless it is a transactional moment. Another thing that I kind of learned late, but ended up being a valuable lesson. I had somebody who one time, early on when I was working on Beaker, showed up, wanted to get coffee. I got coffee with him. Really nice guy. Had his own project and was kind of looking for a win with this project. And so he wanted to kind of form a partnership and work together, and was promising me, something in return for kind of like promoting his thing into the core of it. And at the end of the day, it wasn't a very good deal for what we were going for, because he was basically at the same point we were, and what he offered wasn't exactly a super helpful thing for us, and also what he was offering as our upside was bad. Now, if he had approached that conversation in a non-transactional fashion and instead building a relationship with me, I was very open to that and was, would have been willing to say, I'm not looking for what you're offering right now, but I would be more than happy to become, to build a relationship here, build trust with that person, and then at a later date, he could, the transactional idea could come up, and maybe it would pan out, maybe it wouldn't. But even if you have a transactional goal, you should kind of be rigorous about thinking about what you're trying to get out of it, and if you don't think you have a good deal to offer them, don't come at it transactionally, because that's going to fail. So that's just in general, when you're thinking about building relationships in a professional context, avoid transactional interactions unless you have a good deal to offer. And most of relationship building in a professional context is not transactional. So just try to stay away from that. It's very easy to fall into when you're thinking entrepreneurially and trying to get things done. It's going to take more time to build non-transactional relationships, but they're worth it. And that's all entirely divorced from just the inherent value of non-transactional relationships, which is something that you should always like. So yeah, and then within that, you're just going to, if you can find a community of people that are like-minded, doing similar things, there's the opportunity to then kind of just work on your things, share what you're doing. They will be more likely, if you've developed a relationship with them, to check it out, to see what you're doing and comment on it and things like that. And usually folks like that will kind of help you know if you're finding some success with what you're doing. So concise communication, build relationships, and try to get yourself into a community. What would I say next? I had one in my head and it just dropped out. 1 second. Hang with me. Oh, yeah. Here's another thing that I believe in a lot that I think is really useful. There is whenever you're working on something that you're trying to make happen, you're going to be running into this question of trying to validate whether or not it's working. So you'll have some kind of forms of success, and you'll be trying to read, like, okay, am I doing it right? Or is that wrong? Where do I need to put my time? And that is something I've had to deal with so much that I have kind of developed a shorthand for it that I call the % easy. So think of it like this. Your goal is to get to 100%. 100% means you've arrived at successfully creating and getting adoption for your product, or perhaps your goal is to run a political campaign and get elected, things like that, right? So any kind of somewhat entrepreneurial effort where you're trying to make something happen. It could even just be like putting together an event or like a conference or something like that. And so 100% is your goal, and inherent to anything that you're trying to do, there's a kind of a set of assets that you're starting with. What you have, what you bring to the table, and what the idea is, or what the product is, or what the event is, and things like that. And on the merits of what your starting ingredients are, you're going to get some % that is easy, right? So if you have, if you're building a new product and you know what you're doing, and you have a great way to handle it. And then when you show it to people, they just pop with it. They just see it, they love it. You're, in an ideal world at like 80% easy. And 80% easy feels like this thing has got the wind at your back. It's just like, whoa, you can't believe how well it's hitting. If you're close, doing okay, it's sort of resonating, but it's not quite in a big way. You might be more like in 40% easy or less. That is something that I think you should always kind of try to rate whenever you're working on something, is like, at what percent easy is this at the moment? And if it's less than 50%, you're probably not there with your initial ingredients. And if it's less than 80%, you're going to have to work really hard. But if it's less than 50%, don't even bother. And the reason I ended up developing this is that, like, through the years that I've been working on things, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, kind of decentralized projects. And up until I started with Secure Scuttlebutt, I was at like 0% easy. All my stuff was just dropping on the floor, didn't work, it was bad. That's when I decided to swallow my ego a little bit and reached out to Dominique saying, like, hey, what are you working on? Why don't I work with you? It was a great move because I was able to learn so much from Dominique Tarr, who created Secure Scuttlebutt. And he was working on something that had a percent easy. It was SSB, 30% easy, maybe. And then it might be generous. It's somebody else's work. I don't want to be rough on it or anything, but it tapped on some folks, and so it was there. Then after that I worked on Beaker, and whatever percent easy it was with SSB, I think I bumped up like 10-15%. And I bring all this up to say that I was still under 50% easy with Beaker. It was still really, really hard to get to the finish line. And if I really understood where I was on that scale, I might have been switching over to something like I'm doing with Citizen earlier. Might have realized, like, okay, there's a lot good here, no question. There is a percent easy that is more than zero, and that, the problem was my frame of reference. It was like, oh, this is going so much better than everything in the past. Clearly, we're onto something. But it wasn't going to take us to 100%. The idea of Beaker may have its day in the future at some point. It's kind of actually happening with IPFS and Brave. But you can kind of see when you look at Beaker versus IPFS and Brave that the IPFS Brave partnership has a higher percent easy. Brave was already established. It had more funding, more team, larger market presence to start with. Importing IPFS was a simple thing to do, etc. So kind of thinking critically and understanding where you're at with what you're doing is a really useful tool for trying to make things and get it out there. So clear communication, concise as possible, etc. Invest in a little bit of website design skills, or at least like pull templates, make it look good. People, even the stuff that's like doesn't look good, it looks good. There's always design aesthetic involved, so understand what aesthetic you're going for and execute on it well. Build relationships within communities so that you have a community to talk to, people that you have at least some amount of trust with to tell, to get feedback on, things like that. Also just good for you generally. And then think about what percent easy you're getting with your project so that you have a good frame of reference for what success is looking like and what it's not. Now I say all of that within the perspective of looking to put something, having an entrepreneurial mindset, wanting it to take off and things like that. That is not the only reason to do this kind of stuff. And so if that's not you, don't worry about it. Build for yourself. Intrinsic motivation is totally great. And so, bear that in mind as well. But it sounds like you want it to, since you're asking about marketing things, it sounds like you want it to go somewhere. And so I think this advice applies. So yeah, do you have any questions for me about any of that? And I'll get back to writing my test here while I give you a chance to reply. hope I wasn't so long-winded. I just overruled your interest in the question. There you go. Proof is in the pudding. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly right. What's going on with that? Oh, it's not in the right community. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a really good example of that. And don't ever let anybody undersell who you know. Who you know is, there is no pure merit to the business. You can get by without it, but I wouldn't. And it doesn't always mean people in a position of power or anything like that. It could just mean good folks that are working on a similar thing. Could just be community. But if you want by if you're an entrepreneurial person and you are interested in doing stuff like building products. People may differ in their feelings about this, but I'll speak from my own experience about being somebody that kind of went from the outside coming in. This is a tricky topic to some degree, but I'll say this: the advantage of going to something like Stanford, if you want to be an entrepreneur in tech, is really high. And it's a little bit, feel a little bit of a caveat bringing up this particular thought because there is a degree to which being on the outside is not necessarily a bad thing. There's a homogenization that occurs amongst culture and lines of thought whenever you go over there. And I think a lot of people that I know, for good reason, have a little bit of, bad vibes about the kind of Silicon Valley culture, in no small part because that's the culture that led to monopolization of our online lives. So that's the kind of asterisk I put on this. But if that said, like if you can maintain your soul, there is just so many opportunities that are given to you by going to a Ivy League college if you can. It is the inherent class system of the U.S. I don't even know if you're in the United States, so I guess I'm making a bit of an assumption, but it's also internationally true, so that's the straight truth. Don't like it necessarily, to say the least, but I won't lie about it. Now, I've gotten by okay without it, but it's a notable disadvantage. That's interesting. What is test feed? Testing in that situation. Oh, those are the comments, not the posts. Did apply to Stanford. I doubt you'll get in. Did good enough in high school, but there are people smarter than you who also applied. Being able to get an interview with them, and that went well. Yeah, it's hard to say. Your interviewer started their own business, so she was super cool to talk to. So when I was graduating high school, I for some reason, when I was about 12 years old, I put it in my head that when I got to college, I was going to go to MIT and be an electrical engineer. Just somehow thought that's what I wanted to do. All this kind of connected to the fact that I like video games, truth be told. That's kind of what I did in my spare time when I was growing up. A lot of that in high school, and that story continues when I get to college. So, one of the funny things that happened to me is that like I said, I went to college for theater. At the same time that I was getting into computers at home, and programming at home, I was getting into theater at school, and enjoyed both. And I could sing pretty decently. I could sing better before I started vaping, so go figure. But I had a pretty good voice, and so I did a lot of theater in high school and enjoyed quite a bit of it, and it was kind of my social life. Kind of it was. When it got time to apply for colleges, I had a very hands-off approach to formal education. I suppose, truth be told, I thought it was beneath me, and that may or may not have been accurate. But as a kid that was doing so much self-directed learning with computers, I went through high school and did fine without having to put a lot of effort into it, and just kind of always liked that. Oh, who is it? I want to say it was the guy that wrote Tom Sawyer. I have a great weakness with remembering names. Anyway, as a quote, I never let academics get in the way of my education. I think it was him. Anyway, so that was kind of how I thought about school. And I just kind of always did the bare minimum, didn't put a lot of thought into it. So when it came time to apply to colleges, I basically applied to two places. I applied to MIT for electrical engineering, and I applied to Texas A&M. Grew up in Texas, so state school is kind of like my safety school. But I just didn't really care that much. I didn't really research any other schools. I guess things had gone a little too easily for me because I just kind of assumed I'd get into MIT. And I didn't. I went and did the interview, did not get into MIT. And they gave me some feedback, which was that they didn't think, because of my extracurriculars in theater, they didn't think I was going to be an engineer. Now, part of the problem was they were right about the electrical engineer part. That was the wrong thing for me. I should have been doing computer science, no question. I was, at that point, a pretty good programmer, and I loved doing it. And so I ended up going to Texas A&M for electrical engineering, and I hated it. I hated it so much. Part of it was the social life I was a part of, and I was just really suddenly unmoored without my high school friends. I wasn't good at making new friends. I lost my theater time, which was my social life. So I had trouble connecting with a lot of people. But the other thing was I got into a game development group at Texas A&M and was blowing most of my evenings doing that, which was a blast. And it's exactly what I should have been doing, and completely neglecting study around electrical engineering. After one semester of A&M, I was super depressed and not enjoying it, and that's when I bailed out and decided, you know what, if I stay with the electrical engineering thing, I'm going to end up working as I felt like a cog in some corporate machine. That's how I would have articulated it at the time. I didn't want to do that. I think probably part of that was just that I was always a somewhat entrepreneurial person. I would like self-determination. I like to do what I'm doing now. But I didn't really know what the pathway was to that. And I felt like I was also angsty. And I felt like, all right, you know what? You could say things with theater. You could say things with the stage. You could say things with television and film. I'm going to go do that. And so I bombed out of the whole STEM and went to Hartford, Connecticut, and got a theater degree. I tell you all this to say that if I were able to go back in time and talk to myself, I would say, listen, first of all, you love programming games and you think that you're not supposed to program games because that's not a serious job. Just program games, you idiot. Just do what you love doing. It's not going to matter one way or another. It's all hard. It's all going to be difficult. Just program games. I thought that was an unimportant thing to do. Now I don't think so much. I was neglecting everything to do it. So go figure. At least stay in computer science. That was the first thing I would have said. The other thing I would have said is if you really are an ambitious person, state schools won't help you on that front. In fact, me going to a state school for programming would have been a total waste of time, I think, because you won't get a bad education. You will learn things, but not enough. The reality is that for college, the price is way, way too high to learn details of something you already know. The only colleges that I think are, if I really wanted to be an electrical engineer, college would have been a good job. A state school college would have been fine because there was a lot I still had to learn on that front. That would have been effectively vocational training, but it wouldn't have set me up in any meaningful way in terms of connections. Reality is that only Ivy League schools give you meaningful social proof, meaningful connections, and if you're an entrepreneur, your life gets easier. If you have that, it just does. The door opens about 1 billion times more if you're trying to be an entrepreneurial thinker. So I would have gone, if I could go back in time, I'd say, hey man, computer science, number one, you love doing that, you should be doing that. Number two, there's this thing called entrepreneurship in tech that actually is accessible to a lot of people. At the time, that wasn't a trend yet, was becoming one right at that moment. Like Y Combinator started like a couple of years later, or like right then. And number three, go to a good school or don't go at all. And or go to a school in a way that makes sense. Like I said, if I was going to, yeah, exactly. Your percent easy shoots to like 40% of the Ivies. It doesn't mean that it just opens doors socially. And it isn't a fundamentally elitist thing. And if you dislike that on any level, don't do it. Because you're going to have to jive with those folks. And if you're just kind of going to spend the whole time going like, this is wrong, then don't do that, because then you're just going to be a pariah over there. You got to be a little more socially fluid than that. But if you're willing to kind of accept that aspect of it and hunker down to get what you can out of it, and then kind of, but not, I would strongly recommend don't let it define you, and understand that it is an elitist thing, and understand what this is giving you that other people don't have, and etc. Use it to the best of your ability, use it to do good for the world to the best that you can, and then, move on. But don't identify yourself with it, don't become it. But that's my advice. Like, just you gotta be really clear-eyed about advantages and disadvantages that different options are giving you. And know when you don't have something. Always know your percent easy. And look for ways to counteract them. If you don't get Stanford this next time, you can start at a state school. You can start and then transfer potentially. That's always an option. Taking a gap year, I never would have followed this advice when I was younger, but it is an option. Taking a gap year is an option. You'd be surprised how much of an option that is. I never would have accepted that advice when I was your age, though. So I would understand if that just can't hear it, but it is an option. But yeah, just use your opportunities tactically. Excuse me, 1 second. So, CS says the future of education is displayed in coding boot camps or modern day guilds. I might call, it's an interesting perspective, and I am not 100% well versed in the details of what's going on with boot camps. I am a little bit, but not 100%. But I'll share what I know about that. One thing is, I don't know if I'd call them. I mean, the guild metaphor is an interesting one to explore. I don't know quite enough about guilds to really say anything deeply interesting about it. But I would say, for me, what I think of them as is vocational schools. And vocational schools are important. They get way derided to all of our detriment. Being able to skill up on something is really important. And the thing with programming is that once you hit a certain level of understanding, you really can learn on the job. It actually is possible. So I think it's really important what they're doing. Coding boot camps have they're going to bring you into the professional programming world at the exact same level that I started at, which is about like the web dev shop. It's a tough starting point. You're starting pretty low on the rungs, and working your way up from there is hard. A lot of boot camps will crank out. To be honest, in my experience, you get like a 50-50 on the outcome. Some of them will come out and be fantastic investments for a company to hire. Some of them will come out and just be really bad. And programming is not for everybody. It's just a simple truth. Not everybody's everybody's got their strengths. Not everybody has programming, and is one of their strengths. In most boot camps, you don't pay back your fees until you get a job. Good system. Yeah, I actually think that is a good system, especially for folks that it turns out that's not for them. That is inherently building in that risk profile. I think that's actually really admirable, because that's the truth of it. And if somebody comes out of a boot camp laden with debt on account of not being able to actually work in that profession, that's a terrible situation. So that in and of itself is great. I get the sense, Sam, that if you're working on a file sharing program, file sharing software, and it works to even a slightly sophisticated degree, you probably don't need a coding boot camp. There is you will tool up a little bit on like web development stacks, so that's somewhat helpful. There is, I wouldn't call it credentialing, but they have flows from all those boot camps to like local companies that are looking to hire. So that is good. But it also, if you're looking to get into like major firms, I don't know, you're going to end up on the lower end of the employment opportunities out of a boot camp. It's okay, but if you are coming into it with programming already somewhat in your skill set, it may not be the right choice for you. You may be able to do something a little bit. Sam needs his foot in the door, that's all. Yeah, I agree with that. And the question is, which one? What does Sam want to do, and what are the options for what Sam wants? And Sam, you're going to have to decide a lot of that for yourself. But these are the tools that are at your disposal. I don't want to undersell boot camps. It could be a really good choice, but I do want to be realistic about what you're getting with it. In India, no programming, coding education. Yeah, no knowledge in school or college. Only low-level useless subjects still. Anish, in the U.S., we don't teach programming in high school for the most part. I remember having a class and it was ridiculous. It was really bad. I don't know how much that's changing, but I'm pretty sure it's not a really common thing. I don't know. Sam, maybe you can tell us if you got into programming in high school. It's certainly not considered core curriculum at this stage. It's not like considered part of math and science. And then in college, it is pretty well invested in with college. But there's also a little bit of conflict, I think, in how college education treats programming, because it's being taught as computer science, which is the science of computation, not as programming. That's kind of like the difference between being a scientist and an engineer. Maybe computer engineering does a better job of that. I'm not really sure. But my understanding is that computer engineering kind of is a hybrid of electrical engineering and computer science. Most people going to college are looking to train up vocationally on programming, and computer science is not exactly the education I would give them for that. So yes, I did a short IT program at a community college, then got into a consulting company. They wanted to retrain me anyway, so I just wanted to see if I could do the basics, and they just wanted to see if I could do the basics. Granted, I already had a bachelor's degree at this point. Yeah, that's a totally understandable and solid path there. Credentialing matters, signals matter, people need a way to evaluate, and companies are not going to train you. Not if they're not sure that you're going to be a good return on the investment. It's just because it's really hard to train people. So they're going to try to farm that out to things that are designed to train. They'll train you to a point, but it really depends. The companies will. To be honest, there are just, you're bringing up now community college, there's the code boot camps, there's state college, there's Ivy League college. And then I guess there are private colleges. The private colleges may be the only one that I'm like, don't do it. I think you should either do a state college where your costs are going to be as minimal as possible, or Ivy League when you're talking about college. And none of these options are bad. They just give you different things. And you should just always know where you're starting from, where you're trying to go, what that's going to give you, and just be really clear-eyed about it and not cynical about it. It's not, you could put a value judgment on it, but that's really not going to empower you a whole lot. What you ought to be looking for is, where am I at now? Where am I trying to go? What steps do I have to take? And if you do start out your career without a high-powered school credential, you're going to have to work your way up a little bit more. That's all there is to it. Consulting companies do train people, usually niche technology. Consulting could be shady, but if you make a good impression at your contract company, you get hired or bought out easily. It's good advice too. Sam, I don't know if you're still with us, but I hope some of that has been useful. I hope we didn't just tell you all things that you know or anything like that. And if you have other questions, feel free. Chat is full of people that can give you great responses as well, and I'm always happy to share more. All right, let's see about post removal. Absolutely. Anytime. Actually, let's do it on post one. Part of me is especially keen to share all this because I just wish I had the help at your age. I spent a lot of time pretty lost. Okay, let's just make sure that all the community stuff is passing. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and be right back. ready for a commit.
CTZN.
Yeah, to that point, I'm entirely self-taught as a programmer. Programming is, in my opinion, one of the easiest fields to self-direct learning on. Not to say that programming is easy, but there's a lot of really good material out there, and the nature of the fact that you have a computer giving you answers back, you know, practicing is low cost and inaccessible.
CTZN.
Post removal UI is done. Time for that sign up flow. That's a little bit of a problem. We need to be able to log out even if you're not connected. Doesn't help either. Yeah, I think we got a problem right now where you can't log out if your server goes down. Let's fix that real fast. Should be able to just abandon the session. That's interesting. Why isn't that working? Yeah. I don't know how y'all think, but in my opinion, there is something inherent to programming that some people take to it and some don't. And that's okay. Everybody brings something different to the table. But I'm a pretty big believer that programming just isn't for everybody. Aha. I guess you wouldn't have that either, so let's do this. Yeah, I think that's about right. I tend to think of it as a craft. It's kind of a similar way of thinking about a trade. Thank you. Yeah, programming is a very rewarding trade or craft. However you want to pose it. When I was a kid making all of the video games, I say I made video games, but the truth is I just made made game engines. Never actually got around to the game. And in hindsight, I realized I was getting the game I wanted, which was programming. It's just for me, not for everybody else. Great way to learn, though. Okay, it's time for some intro flows. This should be fun. So you land on citizenry.com, first time, this is what you get hit with. Not really beautiful. We need to think about this. And the trick is, of course, that not only do we have to think about desktop, we have to think about, God help us, mobile. Ooh, that's not right. You know, the thing about mobile that drives me nuts is, if it was just mobile I was designing for, I wouldn't mind. It's not my favorite, but I could deal with it. But that's not what we're doing. It's both mobile and desktop. That sucks. Alright. So let's go ahead and fix that little bit in the header. Full disclosure, I am now listening to the soundtrack to The Greatest Showman. Told y'all I was a theater kid. It's a pretty good one. It's a little poppy. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The real trick about streaming, listening to a musical soundtrack is fighting the very real impulse to sing along. Can't do it. Because I can't play the music, and so if I'm just singing, terrible. It's one of the worst things about being a theater kid is you're that intolerable person that sings when people are like, please stop singing. I don't know the format, but I do like fun. Should I look up the format? One sec. I quite like fun. I'm listening to the first single from Interventions and Lullabies. You have a song recommendation I should go for first, though. Kind of an emo quality on the singer. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Is that the same singer? Is this like a different band, same singer? Yeah, this is definitely the same singer. He has a very memorable vocal quality. All right. Looking for, yeah, same singer. So this is more kind of traditional alt rock compared to Fun. All right, I'm listening to this song, Dog Problems. See, it's the most popular album. They don't have that listed here. Oh, there it is. Never mind. All right, let's see. This is giving me vibes of like, blanking on the name of the band, but like that song that's like a little bit. I'm thinking multiple bands. First of all, there's like the song that's "Girls Don't Like Cars," "Boys, Girls Like Cars and Money." Whoever that band is, I forget. A little bit of that vibe, and then a little bit of Fountains of Wayne. No kidding, his vocal. He's a talented singer. Fountains of Wayne feels like the right comparison to make here. Which I like Fountains of Wayne. I think I'm leaning more towards liking Fun, though. That last big album they put out, a while ago now, was solid. What was that album? I dig his band names. Fun is a good one, and Some Nights. This is just such a good album. Now I'm listening to that now. Okay, that is terrible. Fun is super theatric. He also likes to do a little bit of a Freddie Mercury. Not Freddie Mercury, Freddie Mercury? No, the guy from Queen. Freddie Mercury. So that sound wrong. Yeah, he does a little bit of a Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I don't know their first album that well, but I did know that one song that was a big. What was that? I think All the Pretty Girls. Some Nights is my nostalgic album from them, so now you got me locked in. Yeah. Talented dude. Glad he got to have a big success. You know, similar vibe. Yeah, anthemic. Do love a good anthemic album. You know who else kind of I think about in the same class of singer? And also had a similar kind of big success would be Gautier, or Gautier, or I don't know exactly how to say that. I think it's Gautier. His album that went real big was a really cool album. Everybody only knows the single "Somebody I Used to Know," but the rest of the album was really good. And a similar kind of creativity to the singer from Fun. Just not getting the line height I want here. Yeah, I don't know what, is MU a music community? I'm not sure what that is, but I would recommend giving it a listen. And it's super creative. And he also has this one song that I thought was incredible that I don't think was on the same album. What is it? Heart's a Mess. Beautiful song. And his music videos are really fun, too. One other thing I want to fix. Yeah. Fortune music board. Huh. That's cool. The infamous hacker 4chan. Alright, so how do we want to intro this thing? I believe that. It's really fun. Okay. So talk about communication and marketing. We are now officially doing that because this is our intro to many, many people. Maybe I'm going to go with slightly darker gray. And every detail here is going to be an interesting question. I'm going to stick with Welcome to the Citizen Network. Could shorten it down to Welcome to Citizen. Or any other variety. Let's talk about this tagline. Let's stick with this for a second. Actually, you know what I like a little bit better than that is let's build a virtual society. don't know if I'm 100% sold, but this is going to be a process. So let's try things without committing to them. Need some more water. Let's play the What Do Other People Do game. Did I tell you? Happening now. Connect with people. It's their simple messages. No, you gotta pick a user ID at least. Now, we are not quite built yet to be able to see content without an account because we have not solved our mechanism for the initial discovery. That's something we're gonna have to handle soon, but we're not there yet. Join the commune. Don't know if I want to suggest that we are all you know, how would I put this? It's a little vegan, you know what I mean? And I don't mind that, but I don't know if that's us in the broad sense. Whew, too spicy. Word. Hey, I mean, I'm not here to judge. I'm not hitting like, what were you thinking? Oh, I know one thing we gotta do here. This ain't hitting right. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, it's this kind of niche thing. Not a lot of people will know. Having the login right there is actually pretty good. Beautiful. feel like we're making progress here.
The cat doesn't like my whistling. Probably not great for y'all listening either. Don't really love that shade of green. You like that green? Let me just real quick look for some other, look at their color palettes. So that's that green. It's a little more, I'd like it to be a little slightly more vibrant. What if? It is kind of fun. I do love blue and pink as color schemes.
Fuchsia. I don't actually know what fuchsia is. Is that like a purple? Like this? Like the indigo? I kind of like that. Why don't we do it like this? Whoa. Yeah, kind of a pink. So there's purple. Here's the, what it calls pink, but I think it's pretty close to what you're talking about with fuchsia. That is fun. I quite like the blue and fuchsia together. That didn't do quite what I wanted. It's not quite doing what I want there. Might need to be hidden rather than hide. Yeah. And starts at 1280.
There's a pad on the body that kicks in at this stage because the normal layout requires it, but I super don't run it in this scenario. And I'm trying to think about how to counteract that. Can't think of a better way than to okay. That feels pretty good to me. We'll get back to you later. Let's get the mobile version of this done. All right, there we go. Which means I should be able to do it like that. We'll have to hit the iPad in a size in a second. Okay. That feels right to me. My one question remaining is it's a little bordery right now. Let's see what it looks like if we tried debordering a bit. Why isn't rounded doing anything for me? Ah, Something's on the right there. Yeah. Isn't it fun to get to a point like this where you're starting to go like, hey, that looks like a real UI? You know what I mean? Like, we started out with, well, we're young. Come on, buddy. Start with that, and now we're here. It's not perfect yet, but man, isn't that better. From there to there. Gosh, that really satisfying. Spacing is not quite right yet. I hate to be just a total ripoff, but I really like the that style of stacking them. So I'm just gonna be a total ripoff. I hate it, but I don't hate it that much. Not enough not to do it. The thing about ripping off I've come to learn when it comes to UI design is you start by ripping off, and then it evolves from there. Pretty soon it's gained its own character. But it really helps you get things started to copy from other people first. Simple truth. And I have no problem with it. And I like that little ore. How are we looking? Thank you. Okay, interesting. Well, that's a tough call. I think I kind of like it inverted. This is where we were. This is where we are. I think I like it inverted. All right, let's update the mobile now. A little bit of a breakpoint mismatch here. That seems to get it. That's feeling pretty strong. So here it is. We got desktop, iPad, iPhone. We might need a little bit of padding. Nope, way too much. All right, I feel pretty good about that. Let's make sure it's all working. Cool. Our sign-in screen looks better than our app. Yeah, looking good. Look at this fancy. Ooh. We'll have to work on that. Okay, that took a fair amount of time, but it's all part of the sign-up flow. All right, all right. Probably just log in to the home screen. use the loo real quick, and then we'll get into this. You know what? I think we forgot to do our new commit bump.
Citizen.
All right, sign up. So a couple things. First of all, we should match the aesthetic of this a little bit. Well, I'm happy with that. It feels good. Thanks, y'all. So, first let's do that aesthetic matching. And we'll remove the header. Ooh, do we want to remove the header? Might not want to, actually. So we gotta think about that. Yeah, let's remove it and plan to have the ability to, you know, other buttons to take you to like log in. Sirpeth, I think you may be on some playback. Happy to, or maybe you're just reading the previous conversation. Totally happy to get into it. Just letting you know. So, you know, oh my. That's not what we wanted. We want rounded to XL. You know, I am in total support of programming as literacy, but I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of thinks it may not be for everybody. I think it should be as accessible as possible to learn. There's a part of me that just wonders, you know, is this something we expect everybody to do? And I certainly wouldn't want people to feel like they're being forced to learn it against their inclination, because if you don't love it, I don't know if you should do it. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to communicate to Sarapath that he's... Right. People in the past are chatting in the future. It's a funky thought. Okay, so we got our basic aesthetics here, and I get to remove my warning that the UI sucks. So that's nice. Because it won't suck after this. Anyway, what I was saying... I knew this keyboard was a good buy. That is a interesting assertion to unpack there, Sarapath. Could take it in a lot of interesting directions. Did they really? I mean, I think that's quite good that the UK would mandate programming as part of school curriculum. I don't know why it's not considered to be similar to the maths and sciences. Right. Yeah, I agree about that. And I guess there's a bit of a chicken and egg to the thing that's interesting to unpack about your assertion is that let's just assume, for instance, that we were able to get 60% of the population able to program, let's say. The way that tools are built right now is around the assumption that they can't. So even if, so like, not only I think would you need to educate a lot of people on how to program, but then you need to start to build the applications in such a way that that kind of expect that, oh yeah, somebody can sit down and reprogram this thing. Huh. Of course. I have a feeling that's a pretty big part of why you and I are here hanging out. A strong intersection of belief in greater programmability for everybody. Yeah. I do think it should. That is kind of where I said, like, I was taught math and science and all of the many different kinds of each, and I didn't retain a whole lot of it, but I was bettered by it. And it's all about, at minimum, exposure, so that you're a little familiar, and if it intrigues you, you can then invest in it as a personal craft or a profession. Hi, Myrtle. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I don't know about y'all, but I often put on I pretty much always put on YouTube to fall asleep. There are a couple of streams that I think are just fantastic for falling asleep to, and well, I would sure love being one of them for you. Yeah, I'm afraid to say COBOL. COBOL's a funny thing to know how to do because you're right. Nobody uses it except for a couple of really high-paid consulting jobs. So if you looked around a little bit, you might be able to find yourself quite a steal on a job. So UK apps kids will make apps in the lunch break and play with drone deliveries and self-driving cars and deliver friend marshmallows to hikers. And if that crazy idea doesn't work, man, oh man, I can't imagine what heaven I would have been in as a kid if the other kids knew how to program. I was the one kid. I was the one fucking kid in the whole high school. And middle school, mostly high school though. So when I was in 8th grade, I got myself a TI, and it had a basic programming language, like literally a form of BASIC. And so I would sit in algebra class programming that thing. 100% I was the new kid. I had moved from a private Christian school. I was raised religiously to a public school in a new town, 8th grade, first year. And not only was I just enjoying it, but it was also my way to be cool. Because everybody knew the legends of the kids who had games on their TI calculators. And so my way of being cool was to program games on my TI calculator. As a result, I've started to fall behind in algebra. And my parents were like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. Didn't really want to tell them I was being completely distracted by the miniature computer they had given me. Tell you what, that was an interesting programming environment. Trying to trick their text, character. It was kind of like having only console.log. If I remember right, and like I was trying to make, I didn't have any documentation to work with, so that was interesting. I don't even know how I pulled anything off. Something. And I wanted to make games using characters for graphics, and if I remember right, what I would do is do a frame by filling the full screen with new characters, and the scroll through was fast enough that it came off as visual frames. Yeah, Sarapath, I'm not going to disagree with you about that. I think you're probably right. Well, you know what? Maybe we should give this to the UK. I kind of think the UK needs a win right now. So this could just be their thing, Okay, so the sign up flow. Let's break this up a little bit. So you're going to have 2 stages, perhaps even 3. You're going to have server selection, step 1. Then create your profile. And then creating your account. So I believe this, and this, that's profile. This, and this is account. That is server. So something's amiss. There we go. Server, account, profile. far, so good. Okay. It's like reading 2 books at one time. Yeah, that's some funky metaphysics.
Hey, first try, nailed it.
Not amazing, but not bad. All right. Do we have an endpoint where the citizen server just says, "Yes, I'm a server"? Doesn't look like we do yet. Let's get that in there. Hey, kitty catty. I think Kit wants to play. Right in the middle, so the kitty. Oh, we got a cat on the stream. You've been pretty good today. Oh, kitty. Don't think it's gonna let me ignore her much longer. She's doing all of her nice moves, rubbing up on me and all that. Pretty soon it's gonna be aggressive. Trying to be nice, aren't you? Alright, let's play a little. BRB. tip, Kesha's most recent album's pretty good. Let's just go with that for now. Okay. That seems to work. Let's see if that worked. Oh. Why did pressing enter? Okay, a number of things going on wrong here. Why? What? Oh, wait a minute. No. That's odd. Why would pressing enter? What is it even triggering? That's a righteous pain in the arse. Not at all sure what's doing that. And the code for checking if the server is working is not doing what it's supposed to do at all. So you press next. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this. No, actually I want to keep that. Oh, it's one. Alright. Oh, oh no. Yep. Okay, that worked, and as a result, this one shouldn't because I don't have the endpoint there yet. Shouldn't have worked. Ah. A little inconsistent, I must say. Okay. So that's that. I feel decently good about that UI. Okay, that feels pretty good. We'll have to get mobile a little more work when we get there. So that's the server stage handled. Let's get into the account stage. No. Kitty, we already played. You want to play with this one? It's been a while since we did this one. So this is looking more or less, you know, fine. The house gremlin is not taking no for an answer. All right, kid, come on. You gotta let me work. I know you want to play. Ooh, over there. Okay. Ah, I knew something looked a little off. You don't do it on whenever you're doing HTML. Ah. Okay, the gremlin has settled. I think we're in business. That's not good. Looks good. All right. Last form. I don't really know if you need to example of what a bio line looks like, so I'm just going to say optional. And then for our avatar, you know, all this canvas stuff is not really necessary until we get to the point where we have some, you know, code for helping you, you know, crop it and stuff. So I'm just going to skip that for now. Okay, so I think that just leaves adding the on key up, and then I think we can see if we're there. Those are too long. So that's all that, and then we can just replace info with list of values. Should do it. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Still doing that thing where you're pressing enter. Doesn't do what it's supposed to. Okay. One problem. Dang it. Of course I figured this out. After going through the full flow, do sign up, it expects it to be domain, not server. Try it again. It worked. How'd y'all like that? We looking good? It's definitely an improvement. No question about that. Okay, now. We're on the right direction. How's the server selector is the one that's the kind of most interesting thing to do. I think it can get more interesting as we go, but how do we feel about that? No, it's a little hard to see right now. I need to get mobile. Getting real, baby. The sign up and sign in are looking better than the actual app. People are going to think they're coming to some pro shit, and then they'll actually see it. Alright. I need to save myself having to type this every time. I hope not. So, I just listened to the Kesha album, which I'll stand by. It's very good. The most recent one. Having not been a real fan of her previous stuff, I thought it's quite good. But so, Autoplay comes on, and Thank You Next by Ariana Grande comes on. Great song. Totally a classic. And made me think about so Pete Davidson from SNL dated Ariana Grande. In fact, they were engaged, and I've heard him talk about this. It's just amazing. She put out Thank You Next a month after they broke up and called off their engagement. Thank You Next is like probably one of the most iconic post-breakup I'm Gonna Be Fine Without You songs ever. Can you imagine what that was like for Pete Davidson? You're going through that breakup and she puts out that song. Oh. That's gotta sting, you know? That's just gotta sting.
the thing that I found with LG. Okay. So a little bit wider, but then I'll fit the breakpoint a little easier. I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like for somebody to put out one of the best breakup songs of all time that is like massively like, it's Thank You Next. Like, you're out. Nice knowing you. And now, and he was talking about it, he was like, yeah, you know, the worst part of that is I had to listen to that thing on the radio. For like a solid year. Oh man. It's terrible, but you gotta admit, that is funny. I think that's about right. I mean, it's gonna be looking like that. Oh, that's a little crowded, actually. I want to do something about that. That's so much markup to look at. It's kind of hard to tell what I'm looking at. Okay, so get rid of that. Actually, if I just wrap feels pretty good to me. Let's change that login to not say your address. Let's say user ID. And you know what else we ought to do is give a little help to people, because it's going to take a little bit of education. Not bad, but not good. It should look like an email, and close, but then people are going to think, so it is my email, and no, that's not what we're trying to communicate here. And let's get out of the responsive.
eventually it'll suggest all of the possible items. So, but for now we can just do, was it Citizen 1? It's a little helpful. Cool. Good stuff. Who's texting? Parents can't have a new toy. Very fluffy.
Citizen.
It just occurred to me that I pushed version of Citizenry without a login. Yep, fixed now.
Citizen.
Oh boy. Ugh. Some good stuff today. All took a little bit longer than I wanted it to, so we didn't get it all done. We got that done. So now we gotta do the forgot password and email confirmation. It's alright, we actually had some pretty good cushion in our to-do list here. So tomorrow we'll pick up with the forgot password flow and the email confirmation flow. And then we will finish up mobile and dark mode, do a couple of UI things, come up with something temporary for the new user. You know, what do I see here? Because right now it's just like, nothing's here. Have fun. And then we're on track for alpha launch Saturday. So that's going to be pretty fun. Looking forward to that. So I'm going to take us to the end of the stream here. Does anybody have any anything they want to talk about before we call it a day? Chat is open. Upset the cat a little bit. Leaning towards CTZN.1. Anybody else have any pressing ideas on that? Not very good a guitar player. Yeah, CTZN1. It's pretty cool. I like the idea of it for my, on my user ID, p4az at CTZN.1. That feels cool to me. This is a Fender. Classic design series, and then a long, CC60SCE net. It felt like for the money, it was one of the lower range, but pretty good sound for the money. Slightly metallic, but overall pretty good. Doesn't sound cheap. Let's do it. There's a surprising number of musicians in the tech and programming community. A lot of people. This one's getting a little bit of dust because I've been playing it so infrequently lately. if nobody has any questions for me, I'll let you all go. I'm gonna go try to get in a jog. You should be impressed with me because usually I only try to jog like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the Friday never happens. Well, I'm doing Monday, Tuesday. Let's see if I can do 4 days out of the week. Kind of always helps with my energy levels. I really appreciate that, Sully. When you say donate to all of us, I should be pretty clear about what's the IP structure. I mentioned this earlier, but Blue Link Labs is the company that I'm working under. So the copyright to all the work that I'm doing is going to be owned by Blue Link Labs. Maybe I should talk about this a little bit. It's all open source, always will be. And I have a pretty strong belief that you should be engineering any kind of company or organization you build to not only survive and do the right thing when you leave, but even to be resilient to the community should be resilient to the company. So if the company ever turns evil, you're not leaving people in the lurch, so to speak. So that's my kind of philosophy about that. So that's a big part of what the open source is about. Of course, it's also a big part of why I don't intend to, run every server or things like that. So if you are, I don't totally understand how the IP is going to play out, other than having you transfer the IP of the server to Blue Link Labs. And what I'm a little unclear about on that is, I think probably I need to pay you for it. I don't know if you donate to a company, there's probably weird implications to that. So I'd probably have to pay you. I'd probably just try to pay you the price you paid for it. And then it would be owned by Blue Link Labs, which is the parent company for, it's the one that I founded. And if you're curious, Blue Link Labs, the board consists of myself, Peter Wang, and Tara Vansel. I own 31% of the stock. Matthias owns 29%. Tara owns about 9%. And then we've raised about $210-ish thousand of angel off of safe rounds. So a couple of folks will eventually own equity off of that. And so that would be the organization you'd be donating it to. If for any reason you're not comfortable about that, don't want to do that, pretty understandable. A lot of folks here are not a big fan of corporations, and I can understand why you would not want to do that. So no hard feelings if you don't. If you do, I'd probably, I appreciate you offering to donate it, but I'd try to have the company pay you what you paid for it, so that's got some kind of clear value transfer. It's weird stuff. I'm not totally expert on this kind of thing, but I do know that, if I ever wanted to just take some of my personal money and stick it into the company account to pay for something, can't do that. You can't just give your company money. And so I kind of think it flows that way with all assets. So solely no need to respond to that now. Just be thinking about it. And if you decide, no, you don't really want to do that, that is completely fine by me. Don't have to explain yourself at all. I like the name, but not so much that I'm going to pester you about that. And I would completely understand your logic. Is that all? But do let me know. Is that all clear? You kind of see what's going on with all that and what have you? And I'm happy to elaborate on any aspects of this because, there are complicated relationships between business and community and open source. And I'm hoping that we can have a really healthy foundation and relationship between the two. It's absolutely the goal. But, bad history with tech and business. So if anybody feels like they should be playing their cards close to their chest, that's not unwise. But that's the deal. And if I thought I could have done anything that I've done without creating a company and raising money, if I could have gotten grants and stuff, I would have done it. But man, oh man, public funding is in a sad state these days. At least in terms of this kind of work. It's a little bit flat. ever comes a point where y'all are kind of unhappy about the situation with the company and its relationship with all this, also feel free to get in touch with me if you want to do it privately or publicly, and we could talk it through. Again, like I said, I understand that it's a complicated relationship between having a corporation involved in the middle of this thing. It's a small corporation, but it is one nonetheless. And as we manage to build up, I'm going to be hiring in it, and I'm going to be looking for ways to make money to sustain the development of Citizen, and trying to do that equitably. But we're going to have to make enough money to survive. So it's not going to look like us doing ads. It's probably going to look like us running either some hybrid of either us running servers on people's behalves, like a WordPress.org model, which I quite like, or charging users directly, which I also quite like, if we can give users enough value for them to be paying. And that's kind of some of the stuff I've talked about in the past in terms of like introducing general file storage off of like Hyperdrive and things like that to kind of make this to bundle in a lot of cloud behaviors, but you gotta kind of get there. It could feel really tacked on if it's done wrong. But kind of like what we did with Hashbase, integrate what we did with Hashbase into Citizen, and then any server operator can be charging their users for their usage, and then for folks that want to set up a server, don't want to admin, we would offer that as well. And the nice thing about that model is if you're a server admin, you do the same thing we're doing and charge end users to help maintain the server, which I think is a logical thing to do. Something that's as kind of community and mission oriented as this, it would be nice if it was a nonprofit, but nonprofits are hard to set up, and if we're going to see how the money shakes out on this. If we manage to, if we get a slow start, I don't know. We'll have to see how things go. So this one is totally up to you. I just want to be really clear. It's absolutely okay, whatever you want to do on this one. And we can talk more about this off the stream. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything. I'll assume, I'll keep looking for names. I'll assume no, because I don't want to put you in a position that you're not totally cool with. Let's sit on it a little bit. You don't have to rush it right now, and so you can kind of sit on it, see how you feel about it. But if that's cool with you, then yeah, let's do it like that. Cool. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to talk about before we call it a stream? Cool. All right, then. It's been a pleasure as always, y'all. Have a good rest of your Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what your time zone is. And we will pick up tomorrow. We're going to try to get all those
email related things handled, probably start it on mobile. And probably just try to tweak the UI a little bit, see if we can't get things looking as nice in the actual application as it was in the sign up screen. All right. Well, y'all have a great rest of your day. Catch you on the flip side.
Citizens.